Yes. Here we are. Sitting idle waiting for the opening crawl to start so we can get the good exposition out of the way and the world building and so forth. If you're wondering where Ogre Battles 2 through 63 are, which is to say the rest of the March of the Black Queen playthrough, that is not going to happen because the rest of March of the Black Queen, it's kind of poorly paced and structured and has aged poorly. I'm not going to finish March of the Black Queen. I'm just going to skip forward here to the good one. The better in every way sequel. For now, just soak in the lore. As a whole, the series kind of strikes a good balance where there's this sizable volume of world building and history that does provide a foundation for all of the story that happens. But it's not really strictly necessary to read any of this in advance. You could just dive in and experience it. Or that is beneficial but not necessary. No one have previously played, say, Tactics Ogre, either of them. Some of these names are already familiar. With the caliber set on the northern continent, homeland of the Lotus Empire, and the various neighbors who have been beaten into submission by the Lotus Empire. Yeah, it also does an alright job of, like, intermingling fantasy politics with touches of historic-ish politics. It draws on a good level of inspiration to make things kind of tangible and alive. Or, to summarize, if you, like, kind of blanked out and glazed over during that and skipped forward to see if I'm starting the damn game yet. So we're in the Northlands, wherein there exists Lotus. They are a realm, and they have a nice, hefty central state religion, and their government is interested in, accumulating money and power and influence, and their religion is interested in beating the shit out of all the other religions because their celestial dad could beat up their celestial dads. And so, over recent years, they have subjugated a lot of their neighbors politically, and suppressed a lot of the religions of their neighbors, spiritually. This has left many divides, tensions, and pressures, and just a very tenuous grip. There's a sizable empire, spanning many realms, that is just kind of precariously balanced over peril. Carefully set the Wiimote aside. Expect it to topple at any time. Got like a regular controller, but it's tethered to this tube. Yeah, just a quick scene where we're introduced to our art style of very buff torsos and very short legs. And two characters will be of great import over time. One of which times is right now, as one of those young men grew up to have a much larger sash. And is now graduating from the National Military Academy. Where by default our protagonist, the hero for this adventure, is bequeathed the quite powerful assumed name of Magnus. That's all well and good. However, also, you can set a birthday, it matters a little bit mechanically. There's not like an astrology system going on, but mostly it's just there is a calendar, and when your birthday happens, you get stuff. There's no particular reason to choose any one birthday over another, so I'm just gonna give this default. Here stands Flex Gallant, Knight of Palatinus. Yeah, standard start of an Ogre Battle personality quiz to determine starting unit composition. Here framed as our graduation oath, which you can choose to be really rude and question-raising as you go about answering the standard questions from the Archbishop. For the most part, generally over the course of this playthrough, I am going to aim to be fine enough. Flex Gallant is a man of the people. Flex Gallant fights for freedom. Per the standards, none of these influence your, like, plot-changing thing. This is just a matter of what spread of dudes are you going to start with. The least wholesome question, or least wholesome answer to present for what do you offer the gods, keeping in mind that the main god you were swearing before is like your earthly all-mother nature goddess, progenitor of your people. What do you offer the gods? Point between legs. Begin thrusting in the general direction of the Archbishop. Yeah, and several of these are probably, like, tenuously just a little misaligned in translation. What do you wish for? Sensible tax policies. Well-built roads and bridges. No more change, everything will be the same. Exactly the answer to give to the Archbishop here in front of the military academy and the clergy. Good day, I swear before the All-Mother that I, Flex Gallant, murderous anarchist, I pledge before the spirits of my ancestors to bring 10,000 years of bloodshed and darkness upon this land. And final decision, choosing both which element you would like your goodly hero to be, and also which of the summons you are going to get first. Though it'll be quite a while before you're actually able to activate them, you're deciding which one. Swift, Rage, Solid, Serene. For some reason, older playthrough, I'd usually take Wind. No particular sense of why. I would just be swift. And there we go, from this initial spread of equipment, we're going to get a preview as to what our starting army is. Swords, axes, staves, and a book. And there we go, the Pedro, that is the first of our. We're going to find the rest of those out there in the wild, but that's a summon. And so it began. Staring at the ground, trudging along. The prologue begins. Welcome to the Southern Army. Meet General Goldeslas of the Southern Army. That'll fill in some other miscellaneous world stuff. So Flex, the game is going to go on about it later. Flex is like the first son, or like, well, yeah, we never meet any siblings of his, so I suppose the first, maybe only son of a fairly prominent noble family over in the central region of Palatinus, where the capital is. And he's pretty high up there. He's like a personal friend of royalty, like his buddy he was meeting as a wee youth. That was the Crown Prince. That is the current heir to the throne of our nation. Our poor, subjugated, beat-up tributary nation. However, he decided he wanted to get out of the house and find himself. So he joined the army, and upon graduating from the army, chose to come out here to the sticks. To the far-off, remote, rugged ass end of the country that is the South. Alright, Yummel has older siblings. He's not the current direct heir, but still, he's a prince of the realm. He's important. But yeah, Flex reasonably high potential to be a big deal in the kingdom if he really wanted to. His father is a general and like part of the honor guard of the royal family. We'll find out more about all of that later. Right now, we have a perfectly routine training exercise to go on. Just another ordinary, boring day in the South. Flex Gallant arrives. Yep, that's the inspection. That's the initial that's the assessment. Just yep, that's a flex. And also, he's not a nobody. Hugo is old enough that he's already well aware of the gallants. When we eventually see Flex's father, you'll right away there is a strong family resemblance. Anyway, here we are now at part of the interface. Welcome to World Map. It is the first of Sombra. And we have nowhere to go but south. I won't dwell on this long. We have a small fragment of our starting forces now in our possession. We'll get the rest after we actually go to the first mission. But yeah. There's our boy. There he be. The great hero in waiting. Gladiator Flex Gallon. The People's Champion. In this, his own unit is always the same. The names get randomized, but it's always 2 fighters and 2 Amazons to get started. And as a nice touch, during the introductory cutscene, you may remember, he was traveling with 2 men and 2 women in his party as he was venturing from the academy out here. That's these 4. There they are at all times. That's his personal squad. Just his buddies, you know, Spencer and Redford, Catherine, and May. And then these 2 units over here are the first ones that we've had dealt out to us in response to our personality questions. Let's see, we've gotten a knight and a witch. We're going to reasonably quickly get access to all of the basic classes after a little while. The quiz has just caused us to get priority on some over others. And I'm going to do some basic rearranging just to put these into more sensible shapes. Since Soda Review here now a ways in as we're getting closer to the actual mechanics. So the regular Ogre Battles, for someone not previously aware, they're kind of a hybrid RPG RTS, where we're going to be taking each of these teams and moving them around on a map to do stuff. And when they come into contact with an opposing unit, the parties within them then fight it out in a couple of rounds of combat. And what your units are able to do depends on how you've organized them in their formation. Where here in Lordly Caliber, those formations are a 3x3 grid. The front is down here at the bottom, the back is up here at the top. And for example, ranged units, like these archers, are not so good when they're forced up into the front lines, but can do a little bit more when they're safely tucked in the back. Whereas melee units, like our fighters and our knight, prefer to be up front. I'm just going to organize those accordingly. So yeah, which is use utility debuff spells. I'll probably try to swap you into some other class at some point. Or maybe just keep you around as a token witch, who knows. Knight, pretty straightforward upgrade on fighter. You should have an opportunity to exposit at greater length about how all these things fit together once we get down to the actual battle. 72 starting backup soldiers, that's a lot of bodies to work with. We have an abundance of spares. But anyway, for now, let's just mosey on over to the plains. 4 days later. The game's a little front-loaded with scenes before we get to the actual playing of the game. Dio means. Just call him Dio. Just gonna do some perfectly ordinary crime fighting out here in the mines. Nothing to worry about. Day-to-day army business. Every stage is going to start with one of these briefings where we get to review the shape of the map and get a bit of a heads up if there's going to be any special events or gimmicks going on. On every map, we have a headquarters, they have a headquarters, and there will be some number of settlements and establishments between the two. Blue is us, red is them, green is unaligned at start of map. Victory condition, generally to capture enemy headquarters, and in order to do so, defeat some manner of enemy boss unit. We'll be using our units to get there, navigating all manner of terrain and hostile opposition. Show caution in your actions. If we were on one of the larger, more elaborate maps where, like, to give a bit of a sense of perspective, we can zoom out the map and have it that much smaller. Later missions can be large enough to actually want that farther out view to review things. Eventually there will be more to maps than just this starter one. And so, Flex is given his first command. The old man flipped a coin. That's binding. Alright, and here we are, first decision. Which I will put before the audience. Dio is upset about being made second in command without any sort of chance to prove himself. Though he has challenged Flex to a quick, sportly duel. Wants to sort out the pecking order. What say we to such a challenge? Right from the very beginning. We have our first opportunity to start trying to decide what sort of man Flex Gallant is. This conflict between the two opposing elements of his nature, of Flex and Gallant. Oh, the mob has it. We will not dignify him with response. Just play it cool. And we get right away, there's a bit more to this than just pecking order. There's... Per the lore, there's all that internal tension where the South and the East contain a lot more of the rebellious elements. The central nobility have been kind of favored and privileged within the order that is sorted out. This is more than just jockeying for position in their new job. There's a bit of class struggle going on here. Theo is a feisty southern common man. Anyway, finally, here we are, the gameplay. It's time. That thing we're here to do. The mission. Battling. So, let's get into motion. Where, right away, dive back in here and do some organizing, because now we have the rest of our starter army. And, oh boy, there's some fixing up to do. Alright, let's see. Well, okay, that's useful. We got this, cleric. Mostly this is good for the cleric. I mean, the griffin is fine. We can work with that, but wow, this really needs adjustment. And this berserker who just has a couple of randos piled in next to him. Dio's personal guard is okay. Gimble, Ramon, Carlson. Here it is. Yeah, that's largely well and good. You can note he is also of the special non-standard class. Although a different version of the similarly named class. Fellow Shashman. So let me organize these. organize, and then also pad out a bunch. Where, let's actually, yeah, put you front and center to block the cleric, and then I will put some just filler back row soldiers. Get form, add character, yeah. Here we go. So, some general rules here about unit composition. A unit can have up to 5 points of character in it, where ordinary human single-space characters count for 1. Large characters, like that griffin, count for 2. And they also take up more space in a formation. Someone cannot stand in a square adjacent to a large thing, as indicated by the little cut that it's taking out of the formation block. And furthermore, I suppose, yeah, a little bit of mechanical babbling I can do here. So these fellows are soldiers. They are the new basic unit gimmick thing that exists in Lordly Caliber versus March of the Black Queen, where rather than recruiting units from the market with cash, we get a supply of soldiers. And after each successful mission, we get more soldiers thrown into the reserve. And these guys are just tiny, baby, garbage light infantry. They are nameless, faceless grunts. It takes 3 of them to form a single point of unit to go into a team, and you can see there, they're just tiny, adequate melee units. However, if soldiers win enough fights, one of them will get promoted into a real boy and get to join the unit either as a fighter if they were being led by a man, or as an Amazon if they were being led by a woman. And then that is how you get your basic regular characters, where after they're freshly promoted, they'll get, like, their initial level and stats will be inherited based on who was leading them. And then once you're out of the early game, they'll pretty much always be in a position where you could immediately promote them into a better class and put them to work that way. For now, what we have for our starting army is mostly garbage, and that's going to be true regardless. But once we've had a chance to kind of break it in and put it to work, we're going to see all sorts of potential emerge. Also, furthermore, let's see. Yeah, units. Let me load some of these up with a couple of items. Where another mechanic that was changed is that instead of having your items just sitting in a global pool where you can throw them at anyone at any time, the units themselves have the capacity to carry items with them, and only have access to the items they are carrying when they're on the battlefield. And so when you get them ready to go, you gotta load them up with stuff and send them on their way. How much stuff they can carry will be determined by what sort of classes are in them. More advanced units will add more carrying capacity to the team. This thing here is a utility item with a passive effect, where, as I mentioned earlier, when you promote a soldier into a proper unit, men will promote men, women will promote women. Carrying that cross around flips that. For whatever reason. Don't think too hard about it. Soldiers exist in a superposition until they're properly collapsed by leadership. Let me just put a bunch of people out into the field. For quite a while, we're just going to have enough command capacity that we can have all of our units out and active all the time. Eventually, we'll be able to keep more stored in organizations that are valid to deploy. And now, perhaps, finally, let's just touch the stronghold. and immediately be reminded that that's a waste, because visiting your HQ just always lets you review the briefing. Everywhere else that we go, you can send your units in to interact and like get sometimes information or flavor scenes and so forth. But anyway, now let's actually get going and to fighting. So here we have our world map. We have our two settlements that have started off initially aligned with us. Jed over there has a shop. And Ho over here. Yeah, I believe that's the icon for the witches, from whom we can get revives done. Get most of the team marching down the road, but then I'll also send somebody into the woods. Keep track of that. Maybe two somebodies. Then otherwise to go get marching down the road. And Reeves, our training berserker, full of instructional wisdom. Let's see, I got a conspicuous dead end way out here that maybe I should have poked. But I can always revisit the map after the fact in order to get things looked at. Yeah, there everybody go. Various terrain types. You have movement speed in each terrain type based on your class composition. Roads are pretty good for everybody. Other things will be better or worse depending on your units. You know what, actually, let's divert someone over to Shoptown there, because I also want to take a look at what's in said shop in case it contains useful equipment that I want to add to our inventory. Oh, here we stand. Yeah, Witch's Den, there you can revive fallen units if you need to. Or a price. In general, we're going to want to try to get one of every piece of gear we can find around. It is part of the system for how we unlock new classes. And so we're starting to get a move on up here. We've spotted Fritz the Wizard and his equally terrible formation. It will be some time before our opposition starts to organize themselves in even vaguely sensible shapes. Once I get them in a position, I'll try to assault that city. Let's... Then Dio South, Flex West, or wait, no. There's information I can use to make better decisions about this. So, important mechanic on the high level and the broad scale. The system known as Chaos Frame, where what it is, in short, it's the reputation bar from March of the Black Queen, but it's invisible. On the plus side, how you manipulate the bar is much more consistent and simple and reliable, but on the downside, it's invisible. Nothing will tell you where the bar is, except when events that should happen in response to bar do or don't. So, how the bar works is each town on the map has a morale rating alongside its population. What that is the predominant alignment of the town on a scale of 100 points, 0 being chaos, 100 being awful. When you take a town, if the average alignment of the unit you had take the town is close to their alignment, then they are met well by the locals, they get along, and you are told that the town has been liberated. That is good. That gives you more frame. If you take a town with a unit that is misaligned, then they're outsiders, they're not liked, the friction occurs, and you are told the town is captured, and you get less frame. So, for example, of our questions, Flex and his honor guard are firmly neutral. I will send them south. Stability there. And, let's see, since this place is slightly lawful, do I have any nice bonus? This pile. Reeves, quite not so. Dio, also leaning on the chaos side of things, so I gotta get that knight back over here after I get the chance. But let's see, this town over here, Molsk, it's your alignment. Right in the middle, good. So things will be fairly generous here. Let's move in and start making some attempts. Cleric leans slightly to the law side, but the bird is firmly in the middle. That should all do fine. And just quickly, before we actually get around to encountering the mechanics of the game, let's go shopping. Yeah. Shopping. Let's see. Yeah, we already have bandanas. We already have helmets, swords, short bows. Yep, that's already. Yep, plenty of thing we already have. Buy some consumables off of them. Alright, so to be expected, first hand, not particularly. Fuel packs are pretty good. I want some of those. For now, I'm going to keep cash on hand. The kids these days. So let's see. Yeah, you have very slight lawful leanings. Let's actually call you back over to run the attack on that direction. And speaking of, I'll fight. The fighting begins. So, battles. Largely automated. Almost purely automated. Your team will trade blows with the enemy. They get number of and type of actions determined by your formation. They will attempt to target enemies based on whatever tactic you set the unit to follow. The only direct interaction you have with fights that are in progress is you can see up there we have that bar that is slowly charging. At 1 bar, you can adjust your tactic mid-fight. At 2 bars, you can tell the unit to retreat from the fight. And at 3 bars, you can drop a summon. That is it. That is the extent of how it goes. So, fight occurs until everyone has run out of actions. If both units have survived, whichever unit dealt more damage is declared the victor, and the defeated unit is pushed backwards a ways on the map. As we have seen here. There we go. Successful liberation of Mulsa. Or Mulsa. Also, part of the interface here, we have that statement up there in the left. You can set your cursor to snap to either strongholds, units, or nothing for ease of highlighting things. And for example, if we tell her to move after Fritz, that means that they will attempt to continue to pursue this unit until given further orders and so forth. It's a useful bit of interface. Now, because of those rules, units with clerics in them will be bad at winning the individual battles, because they're not doing as much damage. They have a member of the team who is solely there to negate damage taken by your unit, and that isn't counting towards your victory track. However, in the long run, over repeated fights, the cleric unit is going to win out. It can wear down its opposition, supposing you have the cleric able to keep pace. Damaged units that are resting on towns will slowly recover health over time. Well, things are looking pretty alright here. And let's see. Let me just preemptively set you to... So you have 4 tactics. Autonomous, which is do whatever. Attack strongest, attack leader, or attack weakest. I'm gonna set them to leader for now. That's often very useful. Just try to snipe enemy leaders in order to break the unit and force them to retreat back to their HQ to recover. The other 2 are prefer to target whoever has the most health, which you use if you're just trying to drag out a battle. Hey, good work, soldiers. What a team. Or attack weakest, where they will favor things with low health in order to try to finish off wounded enemies. We just saw displayed there. If multiple soldiers decide to swing at the same target, they can group up for a little combo attack that'll be slightly stronger than their individual stabs would have been. Yep, see there. Fritz's unit. Fritz is dead. Ben has no idea what to do here. It's just Ben and this dog. Chaos reigns. I'm going to send Dio down the road at least to scout out of the town, see what's in it. And we have more opposition movement. It's possible that by sending this team out here, I've distracted all the enemy response. There we got a Witch and Griffin. And a Knight and a Griffin. bandits and beasts. Day-night cycle's moving on, as happens. Flex! Flex. How was Flex not neutral enough for Neutral Town? These things happen. You had one job, Flex. Also, that little bit of a canyon, we could try to sneak in on the enemy HQ from behind. Maybe. Maybe it's because they're neutral. Go and stomp all over their non-involvement. Setting any non-autonomous strategy will at least make your units more prone to agreeing on what they should be attacking. There, we found it. A unit so terrible that 2 soldiers and a cleric and a bird are able to actually win engagements with them. You go chase that down. And maybe get caught off guard by this now. Nope, you're fine. You're good. It really makes sense that this balance is at. Their only damaging unit is a bird. When we too have a bird, we have the advantage. Bird and friends. Bird handlers. I'm surprised we're not seeing anything garrisoning that town. Weird. Also other mechanical dynamics that are getting a bit of a chance to be on display. Attacks will be either melee or ranged. Melee attacks have to strike at things that are in the front, or at least that have like an unbroken line from attacker to defender. Whereas ranged attacks can skip over gaps in the formation. And there's the fatigue mechanic kicking in. You can see that little flag icon there next to the inventory. That is the fatigue gauge. It slowly fills up with red as the unit is put to work. It gets filled up, they have to stop and rest. A resting unit that gets attacked starts battle entirely asleep. But at a disadvantage. You can also deliberately tell units to camp early, and they will recover a bit slower than if they were in a city. But still, to some degree. And also on display here. So you can notice out here on the map that units are facing in directions. When two units run into each other, their formations will be rotated appropriately in response to which direction they were facing when they made contact. This can drastically alter a unit's performance. This is another reason why catching a unit that's fallen asleep can be very powerful, because you can come at them from any angle you'd like. Whereas a unit that's still in control will either be trying to run away from you because it's scared, or willing to face you head on because it's not. I think I may save Dio and Flex for going after the enemy leadership. I like to go out of my way to try and get a lot of my soldiers out of circulation early. Just get a healthy starter population. Nuts! Free altar. Where in particular, part of how soldier mechanics work is the more soldiers there are in a unit, the faster that they will promote out of it. Like each victory gives 1 point of soldier X per soldier in the team. That all pools together. Alright, we've got Stabilo here. Guarding the mines. That is our primary adversary. And then off over on the side, Donovan with another dog. Yeah, that way that soldiers work is a further reason why a team like this can be useful. Where I want this group to just barely win fights and drag out a bunch of victories in an otherwise comfortable environment. A friendly training expedition where we just let them, get out and do a lot of exercise. There we go. Boys is on point. Much learning to be done. Learning to do and loot to procure. We're up against the edge of the map here. Successfully pushing the limits. Like you guys... Yes, you also have soldiers to train. That could be bad. Depending on some factors. Let's see. I think we'll be mostly alright. Yeah, they're continuing to retreat. They are quite terrified. Right, they're leaderless. They can't aggress at all. Finish the job, then. There is training stuff you can do between missions. However, soldier promotion only occurs via live trial. Soldiers must taste blood. Good, getting some more bits and pieces of basic equipment sets. I think I'll have you folks just be freed up to go explore in that direction. Yeah, time is not so much a concern anymore. You're in Lordly Caliber, you aren't, like, farming income out of your cities or worrying about having your reputation decay. So you can just have a map take as long as you feel as necessary, but no longer in terms of gameplay time and effort. It's a welcome change. And let's see, what's the underlying morale here? This town. Slightly rude. Seems like a job for Dio. Probably also Reeves. But first, we must have blood. Ah, there we go, gives a proper taste of action. Dio's team is pretty close to your to your family of optimal spreads that you'll get for an early game unit. He works as designed. I'm just trying to cut you off in case you go for your HQ. Yeah, we liberated Buchanan. Yes, there are a total of 6 summon crystals out there. Powerful tools of the divine. Creating this situation over here is another reason attack leader is very good. Just decapitating your enemy and getting them to wander around uselessly. In fact, since you're already afraid of them, just camp out and try to get fatigue advantage. Or, no, you're once again trying to make a break for it. Alright, better cut you off. Got him backed into the mountains. Okay, team, what have we learned? The enemy units here have given us a full set of basic ninja equipment. So how general alignment drift works, the alignment within a unit will tend to converge. A unit that has some especially lawful folk will kind of law up their comrades, whereas chaos folks will bring the noise and spread the party. And then, furthermore, it's a matter of what do you have them fight against. Playing lawful things make you more chaotic, slaying chaotic things makes you more lawful. Then, alongside that whole structure is the much more sensible design thing that I am going to then take to exploitative lengths of there exists an item that makes your alignment shift a bit towards law, and an appropriate counter item that shifts a bit towards chaos. And there exists a very reliable and repeatable item duplication glitch, which I am going to use to create a bottomless supply of said items, so that after a certain point that's quite a ways away from now, I'll just never have to worry about alignments again. I'll just manually tune them. The morale of the enemy HQ never actually matters because you win the mission when you defeat the boss, rather than when you take the fortress. So it just always gets properly captured or liberated. Just a subject that doesn't come up. Sure, let's... My rival! Let's race. Get that good Rapid succession of contact. Or freedom. Fights against the boss unit, the only thing that matters is killing the opposing leader. If you do not, you will fail regardless of other damage numbers. If you do, the fight immediately ends. And bosses will generally have pre-fight dialogue for the first time you encounter them. Anyway, victory. Completing a mission, you get some cash, an item, and a number of soldiers added to your reserve. Freedom! Crime was a distraction. Hugo is old enough that he has a plan for everything. He's also in charge of the lore screen. Home to many an event. Many a description. At some point I might go through a bunch of these. Again, there's much interesting world building out there. He also keeps a calendar of when you've done all the things you've done. Alright, so let's organize. Let's review state of the army, such as it is. We're up some number of Goth. Well, wait, yeah, there's a much more convenient spot to do that from. Yeah, class commands, list of classes. Or we can keep track up here at a very nice high level. Classes we have currently present and how many people in the army qualify for all of them. Where at present, nothing new has appeared. Bird. Bird is class. And let's see if I went and like dove in here for more detail. Yeah, I could see the prerequisites compared to the current state of any of our folk. Where what you need in order to move into a new class, you need a set of its basic equipment, where unless if the pieces of gear in the basic equipment set are not like unique special items, you can automatically buy a piece of basic gear as long as you've encountered one before. So for example, just from having our knight and our berserker elsewhere in the army, we can buy arbitrary numbers of knight and berserker equipment. So you need a set of basic gear, you need the stats as being vaguely outlined on that hexagon diagram there, and you need an appropriate alignment. Where for most of the entry-level ones, the availability, the window of opportunity is pretty generous. You can see highlighted there on the gauge. And for a lot of these classes, and your options available in order to enter those classes, it's pretty generous. And there's a lot of good, like, even spread of opportunity to get various functions out of lawful, neutral, and chaotic. So for the most part, it's a matter of in due time. And let's see, actually, I think I'm going to give somebody the cross. Because let's see, to review here. Well, actually no, this can stay as it is, because there are front and back row. There's plenty of melee and ranged combat units available for both men and women. The initial concern is while we're stuck with the basic classes, that Fighter and Amazon are appropriately biased in those directions, but I can even that out. I can also trade characters between units later. This is fine. This I can work with. We'll just keep all this nonsense as it is for the moment. Oh, I can put some items into the main unit. Be sure that Flex has a supply of leaves and fruit. And we do not have an item store in the field. You have to actually go to a place in order to buy a new item. Which we could do, even though there's... plot-wise, it's very urgent that we go to Volmus right now. I could just as well dive back into this map and explore it at any time. At no point are there going to be, like, strategic concerns that are time-sensitive. The campaign advances when you say it does. The closest thing to that is, like, an optional thing. Part of the elaborate web of side-questy stuff that exists. The Land of Enlightenment. Alright, so now we're looking at a more typical start for a scenario of everything out there is either hostile or neutral, starting from just our HQ. Let's go save that prince. Let's see. Right away, more signs of hostile activity. Conan and Baby Dragon. And wow. Good work, Rebels! What amazing strategies you've brought forth to confront me. Reeve, go pummel them. We found the perfect training dummy for your soldiers. It's time for sports. And so then, let's see, alignments of nearby towns. 40, so yeah, I want to send Chaos Boys down that route. And 48, so neutrals over there. Boys is close enough to neutral at this point. Also helpful that that confirm prompt has been there after movements this whole time, because you can do waypoints to set up more elaborate routes. Let's see, I'll put Dio in command, so to speak, of this main road. Me and Reeve will work together on that. Flex can sit tight for now, we'll move him forward later. Or, actually, yeah, what makes sense would be... yeah, Atlanta stay on this side. And then Flex will head west. Law team, Chaos team. Or neutral team, Chaos team. Team Moderate and Team Rude. That was a critical hit. As you from the giving and receiving, that will temporarily nudge a unit out of its place in the formation. Yes, this is good. This is exactly what I want. You are perfect. You just survive as long as you possibly can. Just wedge her up against the river. Apply pressure. We found the ultimate training dummy for our soldiers. Is that unit will never win a fight, but it will always survive the fight, as long as I don't assassinate the cleric. Now I do have to worry about these soldiers getting worn down eventually, ours and theirs. As demonstrated there, so it's 3 soldiers to a unit, so each third of their health bar corresponds to a soldier. If they take more than that threshold of damage, one of them dies, and so their effective max health gets reduced, and their damage gets reduced as well. Have Dio carry on up the road. And contact over here with another... Wow, that is yet more advanced training dummy. My god. It's like they knew. Alright, we found your new best friend. When you promote one of your soldiers, the other two in their squad, or other however many surviving, get sent back into the reserve. There we go. Our first successful promotion. A shiny new fightman. Congratulations. Come on up to the front row, Gilliam. And y'all can just continue the pursuit. The baby dragon here is not particularly dangerous. We'll power through it pretty easily. Not quite kill it on the first pass. Still, drive him out of the city. Liberate the hell out of that town. And secure the vital witch den. It'll keep being the one to interrogate local barkeeps. Alright, well, hold on. Hold on. Flex. Flex, stop. Well, actually, no, I'm not worried here. Just spread your damage around liberally, and then carry on your way. They'll survive. It's 2 clerics. Nice. Looking good. Per standards of the franchise elsewhere, it's a fixed 100 XP per level, and that amount of experience you get scales by difference in power between assailant and recipient. Free leaves. Reeves, take a breather. I mean, you already successfully yielded one shiny new soldier. Give others a chance to do their thing. Easy now, team. Gentle. You're here to learn. There, we've achieved the formation. This will continue until it ends. Yeah, this one, unless I deliberately tell them to break off, they are just locked in. The river will not let our opponent escape. Want to just... let's form them wrong. And then maybe also back up. I would like to be sure that I also train some Amazon. Or, no, there's plenty of fight left in the map. Don't worry about it. Keep charging, just inefficiently. Time to learn. Alright, rookies, your very important first mission as part of the Southern Army. Go stab these defenseless priestesses. Take their holy symbols as trophies. Good fight. Alright, so let's get a review. This wizard. Feldman. 2 mid-row wizards and 1 soldier. For the most part, the middle is the worst row to put anything. There's like 1 or 2 classes that do alright in the middle. Everything else would rather be front or back. On the other hand, standing in the very middle square means that you'll get the same performance regardless of formation. Wow, no mercy. Yes, sleep now. Good work, one and all. No mercy, no witnesses. Meet up at the village. And then I have to actually kind of agonize over whether I want to take Ferbro over there. As neutrals, it would be rude. Each of those wizards is going to fire a single shot. Where, also unlike March of the Black Queen, in this, wizards will have an individual spell they use, defaulting to their alignment, or it can be overridden based on... You can get, like, elemental spell books, and manually set them to given spells. Affinity, rather than alignment. Their internal element. A little bit at a time. To make things more feasible, I might create like a unit of a lady leading a swarm of soldiers, like what we had with 3. Just to get the fastest returns. What do we got here? Local values. Local value. Alright, so we already got one of those, one of those. One of these as well. Oddly enough, the random scrap clothing is actually part of an equipment set for something. Not something we have to worry about. But it is something. Yeah, leave all that. It'll be a while before shops start giving us things of note. Or before I feel threatened enough to need to actually stockpile any consumables. We have a good bird. A lawful bird. Bird that knows how to behave itself. Alright, next wave of towns. Slightly law. And interrupted by other concerns. There we go. Alignment. Trending back towards the law. Just had to exterminate some wizards. We're also carrying rosaries. Right, slightly rude town. Good. Opportunity. Everything is shaping up nicely. Down there, slightly lawful and another shop. And then this, very assuredly neutral, not the reason we're here. Oh, where else could the prince be? I'll leave it up there for the moment. We'll let the stars align here. If the enemy launches any counterattacks. Probably not until I'm over the river. Another man and bird team. And presto. Presto, Tinsvelger, and you go. Something that's very slightly closer to an actual unit. They're trying. It's just aimed at unlead this unit. I have every confidence in you, Reeve. You'll be fine. You and your many tiny boys. They're equipped to deal with several situations, of which I'm sending you to one. Liberation. Ah, evidence. Right, that thing we were looking for. The prince! We gotta... something. The mystery of where could that fellow be? The Palatinian army is here. A swarm of tiny spearmen scramble up from under the rocks. Yeah, like the previous mission, this one is setting us up with a set of basic gear for a class. There's gonna be several of those, I'd expect. Sir, this man just explained that he doesn't even work for Flex. This is just some other southern knight who happened to be in the region. Yes, meet Yumel's bodyguards. Mostly meet Raid. Raid hungers for blood. There we go. Updated objective. And let's just set you guys. Assassinate. I'd like to behead that unit and give more of our trainers a chance to just womp on it. Gotta extract that precious XP. Yeah, get 'em, boys! That's my team. Our first tiny casualty. Tragedy beyond measure. There will be blood. Gotta go, Venging. And there's our leader for the day. Cat and dog. And no one was guarding this town. Weird. Pretty good, I can snag a hammer and a whip. And perhaps this slightly different road. I'll take one of those. And yeah, I guess since they're so terribly inexpensive, I'll get some weeds. That'll do. What's next is you get a little closer and then you take a nap. We enter the planning phase. And the pursuit resumes. And our first successful promotion of a new Amazon. Very good. Let's send Flex in to discuss things, and then I'll have him just kind of waste time. Yeah, let Dio attempt a killing blow. A fiend! Right, very good. Bounce off. And we take it from here. was hoping we'd be able to crush a bit more X out of the situation. Lex tries to have high-minded ideals, but plenty of people who just do not want to put up with his nonsense. How short-sighted and selfish of them to only focus on their own poverty and misery. Classic laborers. Lex Gallant stands for due process. So meet some other folks. From whom perhaps there's more going on here. Not just ordinary rebels, but foreigners. Look at this motley crew. This broom, shovel, and bucket rebellion. Well, there's no turning back. It's begun. Yeah, the general was having a less than ideal time. Godislas was probably accustomed to his job being far less exciting than it's about to become. Being field marshal in charge of the quiet part. No, that's over. And so, Captain Flex Gallant, put in charge of counterinsurgency. We have a button to refill all of our generic soldiers, wherever they may stand. You know, let's take advantage. And just do a little bit of cross-training. Left, Newman. Or alternatively, I could swap the flank. Nah, this'll... Yeah, now they'll both be training their soldiers at equal speed. Yeah, just 2 per trainer unit. That's a pretty good distribution. Under 2 male leaders and 2 female leaders, that'll give me a nice even spread overall. Check on the old class list. Nothing new on that front. Although we did get this. Could put that into motion. And, oh yeah, actually, yeah, that has potential. That's nice. Yeah, get that into the field. And then let's see, I could step up some other people's equipment. Hammer actually worse than New Francisco. Reinforce some of these folks with slightly better gear. And yeah, we have access to training now, where you can just do mock battles. You pay cash to just do a fight that goes until it's over. Either way, though, let's move forward. We're really only just getting started. Here you go, please. They'll get along fine. Right. We have to name the unit. What do we call this brave band of brothers who march beneath the banner of Flex Gallant? I had actually forgotten that this was a thing. It did not arrive here with a plan. Flex Gallant and the Deadlifts. Strive to be true to this name. Yep, pretty straightforward map. Just two paths. Two paths, 4 cities. Two options, from which the proper choice is both. Let's see, chaos over there. More chaos over there. Yet further. Wow, we are firmly out in the Rude District. 4 people live in Fort Tuatha here. Hardly a fort at all. Alright, let me review. Guess we headed to the lifts. Blaze Knight. And her team getting our first 2 Valkyries. Essentially, she is another Valkyrie. For the most part, the, like, unique character classes resemble some other regular class. Valkyries are pretty good. They're the basic ladies close combat unit, except they also they're basically good wherever you put them in the formation. They're extremely flexible, since in the back they have that lightning strike move. A fine spread. Oh wait, I should load them up with items. So I need to bring a Chaos team in each direction. And then, yeah, just have everyone else around, but not necessarily taking the cities. And kind of hold flex in reserve at first. Ah, a golem. Nice. Gonna reasonably quickly get a chance to see all manner of creatures. Yeah, you know, boys, direct you to intercept that. That seems like the plan. Have the more lawful units run interference in the field, while the Chaos units go in. Grab the cities. And Savatini here, Dragon Tamer leading ninjas. You got it. Do whatever you have to. And the wizard on the road is Noah, a wizard, and some sorceresses, which are just lady wizards. Olive and Butterfly. So the ninjas are a close combat unit. They're softer but more agile. They are the chaos-leaning, dexterity-focused melee unit. And the Dragon Tamer, fairly agile melee unit, which is not being used to employ its gimmick of it is one of the unit types which, when it is a leader, synergizes with other things. In her case, dragons. So to be sure we get anywhere against this golem, yeah, focus on leader. Golem there, it is a large with a lot of physical power and a lot of physical defense. Quite beefy. And in the front row, it is the earliest unit we see, which has 3 attacks. Golems are pretty good. Putting together a golem team is a fair asset to any army. The Beast Tamer is another class that is primarily precipitous with beasts. So this is actually taking advantage of the benefits of that leader. All beastly things do better when accompanied by a woodman. What next, Dio, is you make sure no one escapes. Now we begin the processing. We are now aware of Rebel Leader, Fred. That great historic revolutionary, Fred. This unit might be close enough to sensibly shaped to cause problems. Oh no, still a victory. Excellent. Where typically human-containing units will converge on either on some manner of 3x2 formation. Either the 3 in the front or the 3 in the back. Usually 3 forward, since that way you actually have a full front line that does defensive work. Screens for hostiles who'd be coming after them. Whereas if you do 3 in the back row, that means you're leaving somebody open to melee attack. Which is also a fairly decent leader to have on your training units. Since by cancelling out enemy damage, she's still, like, bending the victory metrics in your favor, but in a way that prolongs the engagement. Gives people space to learn. And there's an important name. Zenobia is the land where March of the Black Queen was set. and is quite important to the setting overall, as they are the main rival power to Lotus. Alright, here we go. Golem is now without a leader. Very slowly chip it down. Wave after wave. If that golem were led by a cleric, we would have just the ultimate life form for training. Either way, much learning abound. Good. Bird is one. Now we advance. Once I've successfully promoted my initial wave of soldiers, I won't have to lean as heavily on these starter units. Start using more of the character teams and so forth. I'll continue to keep soldiers around as part of some units. It's just, especially right now, I want to get this initial crop of fighters properly broken in, put into action. We'll get Flex to just move up and watch the road. Oddbill, hey, the proper adult dragon. Of Earth. And the Cloud Wizard. Accompanied by Otto, who is also a wizard. And a gremlin out on the road. So yeah, you know, Dios City. And our opposing leader for this battle, Effeminate the Valkyrie. Leading the first, like, actually sensibly composed enemy unit we've seen. This is Flex's formation with a Valkyrie. You want to know what good unit composition is? It's mostly that shape. And now I believe I can have units exchange characters in the field. So in the event that these folks finish more promotion, I can have them swap their spare archer for somebody else's spare fighter. Alright, Reeves, you go first. Alan, you actually stop and camp. Doesn't want Reeves to push through and take the city. Congratulations, Anderson. Oh yes, I believe it's also a thing that you need to keep, like, spare sets of basic equipment in your inventory in order for soldiers to promote properly. Maybe? Something like that. Let's see, let me just check on... item list. Yeah, we started off with a bunch of spare short bows and swords and shields and so forth. It's somewhere in here. Should have the ability to just buy sets of basic gear. Perhaps not while we're in the middle of the battle. Or, nope, I'm just saying they just kind of materialize their basic gear on their own. Who knows, maybe we'll have to review. Yeah, there we go. Bunch of things firmly demonstrated. Valkyrie's quite good. Gremlin, not worth paying attention to. It throws a tiny amount of damage and a debuff. It is quite firmly a filler enemy. It's just there. Alright, good stuff, good stuff. Got it. Good day, local child. Farewell, local child. We've gotten a pretty decent run out of this level. Taking advantage of plenty of opportunities to advance. I think at this point, just let our witch continue chasing down that remaining wizard, and then just all the named character units will get ready to go after the boss. Everyone else just takes it easy. Depending on how some other things unfold, I might bench the bird. Or I suppose, ideally, go looking for an opportunity to, like, appoint a Beastmaster and get a Beast unit going, starting with that bird. Optim. Or, never mind. You sleep. What's next will arrive shortly. I think the plan will be to let our lieutenants tear this up and then send Flex in for the boss kill. Which will be easier if we can get in the leader kill. They're all quite healthy. Sit back and relax on day 3. Those arrows briefly appeared in the sound. Nudging up the C buttons here. Left C gives you this slightly faster scrolling around. And then other C buttons with zoom control. Well, I say buttons, they're mapped to an analog stick on the classic controller. Minimap. And yeah, that's it. We also have this helpful menu where you have a list of all friendlies known, list of all enemies known, list of all strongholds on map. Valuable data. Yeah, just close it and see if you can catch them on the rebound. And yeah, just focus fire. Enemy leader exposed in the center. Strong guard. No mercy. Leaving only chaos-aligned enemy units for Lei to finish off. Nice. Chase is on. And yeah, you can just kind of construct a pretty good, generally useful unit out of 5 Valkyries. In all situations, relevant, effective, above average. A fine team waiting to be built. Just thinking about numbers here for a point of comparison. Yo's unit is 3s and 4s, and so is Leia's. And so is Flex. Everyone is staying pretty nicely on track. Everybody wins. The climactic struggle between Effeminate and Flex. Sir Frederick Raskin. Yes, upon being told that this is a revolutionary effort, that there's a whole army being motivated for drastic, violent alteration of society, Flex Gallen's first response, have you tried collective bargaining? Flex Gallant is always ready to negotiate. Down to the wire, just barely not a victory. In our first proper, like, 10 action throwdown between two good units. Managed to recover a bit of that in the time it takes for Flex to walk in there again, but not enough. We got this. What a friendly revolutionary. Good, peaceful, murderous negotiations. Options. And yeah, just a bit of small talk among the team of just, armed revolution. Wow, that's something. And yeah, potential for change, but that is... In fact, that's a matter of some of the already advanced people over there could qualify. Or, Alana could jump ship from Witchcraft Priesting. Maybe. Now though, swap fighter for an archer here. A fighter for a soldier there, or no, over here. These guys. I guess. Let's see, like, what's the overall numbers here? 12 lads, 13 ladies. Now, thinking of this in terms of unit composition. Yeah, I think this works out right. Because that's also being tilted a bit in favor of Leia's unit here. Bending the numbers. Yeah, I want maybe one more fighter over here. Bring out of those. And then, of course, all of our needs are going to drastically change once things open up and we start getting the various Tier 2 classes. I left an archer in the middle. That's nice. Also create a nice hefty center column there. North to Mylesia, or south to the Zenobian border. Oh yeah, I say that in the process of opening a viewer bubble, but actually there's... Neither of these gets cut off from things, and there's important stuff to harvest. Let the path diverge. Like I said, the clear resemblance between Flex and Dad Gallant. escort mission. Yep, 2 main roads toward the objective, and a side path. Just barely see Hugo still walking. That smidge beyond the edge of the overscan lines. Now everyone's joining me. Just there's a pile. So here we are. And there's Yuma. Surrounded by many strong men. He'll be fine, for the most part. His presence here is less of a you better protect this soft target and more of a you are on a time limit. Go do your job before he gets bored and wins the fight for you. His bodyguards are quite capable. Actually, you know what? Let me check here. Oh no, these are all generic Black Knights. None of them are his Black Knight bodyguard from the earlier cutscene. We got Tubulk over there. Chaos Linen. Lehobov? Lehobov? With that very nice alignment. Yoria. Firmly neutral. Tuna. All leading. And Harive. Alright, so we want to send a Chaos unit out front. Hello, Brian. Leading a pair of Hawkmen. So, yes, Reeves on point. Place will try to break them. Yeah, sure, that's neutral is fine. Alan will move south. And let's see, this neutral town here, yeah, Eidorf doesn't have anything in particular. Just leave them be. As far as captures, this becomes mostly about the legal team once we get out of the initial containment zone. As the Chaos Boat can kind of divert north through the neutral path. Hawkmen are quite capable frontline fighters, and also have a projectile attack they can throw from the back row. And yet more importantly, they have the flying movement type. So if you can concentrate enough birdmen with other flying things, you get a very fast all-terrain unit. Alright, boys, you just slow down a moment. That's a thing you can accomplish with the camping command. As they remember the last thing you told them to do, you just use that to pause, delay, slightly adjust people's timings. Yeah, more capable adversaries are starting to be able to put up a proper fight. Well, let's see here, what is this here? What are you, Thompson? A puppet man, a fairy, and some soldiers. Alright, good. That's a nice soft target. That's easily worked with. This fellow should not be too dangerous. Especially if his soldiers split their damage. The fairy is the opposite of Gremlin. It does a small heal and a buff. It's similarly useless. Puppet Man barely had a chance to do anything before getting annihilated. But he's a moderate quality ranged attacker, ranged physical attacker, as he animates P-Puppet and throws it at his opponents. And he synergizes with golems. No survivors team, gotta prevent as much damage as we can. They could quite feasibly. Not anymore, but with a couple of good rolls, they could have killed him. Now instead, it is they who are dead. Liberation complete. Good day, locals. Local opinion, truth in middle. Chaos team will go north, law and neutral teams will go south. Such as they are, it's not like the army is particularly well polarized at this point. You're recovering at a fair clip. Well, I'll give you a moment more. And let's see. We have here Archer. Alongside Beck and Feldman, two frontline melee units who've been shoved in the back behind the Archer. Good plan. And Juno, Witch, Archer, and Beastmaster. Well, Tamer. Alright, if things look dicey, I can just have them retreat. They won't be under much pressure. And things are fine. If they focused up and gone after the leader, would have been in peril. This works then. Or let's see, are you firmly leaning towards the law side of things? Still pretty neutral. I think neutrals will liberate all but the most extreme of towns. Capturing is only something that'll come up when you get rude to neutrals or when you actually do opposite poles. Fearsome. Opposing formation where everyone involved was at least getting their full action set? Not need to burn that command. Don't mind me, carry on. Hooky the Dragon Tamer. There's some good names in this roster. Young Troy from Elgoria would like to enlist. This fellow always shows that he's always available. There's nothing you can do to keep yourself away from the opportunity to bring this fine young lad aboard. Aside from not visiting the town, I suppose, if you're just never approached. And we have a representative sample of enthusiasm for this young man's ambitions. And I will definitely not regret having done that. He shows up, already in a non-basic class, and qualified to lead a team. Or here is a Phalanx, a defense-oriented melee class, possessing of spear and shield. Welcome aboard. Go get him. Alright, let me also further interact with this town. What else you got? Featherhead. Great bow, good, good. All their swords we were already aware of. Guild also good. Yeah, basically, depending on the oath that you take at graduation, you can end up with any spread of the Tier 1 classes, or I suppose Tier 2 if you count the basic units as a tier. So these missions are here to relatively swiftly fill you in with all the rest. By the end of Act 1, pretty much every army's capabilities could converge on whatever you feel like. We begin the procedure. Many victories await. Let me... Nope, cannot get an input in edgewise. Their fate is sealed. Which is fine, because with only one target available, the witch is just going to completely lock him down. The micromanaging I was willing to do was that this soldier that just produced Emily here was kind of hard up for health. It was on the verge of losing a guy. I would consider rearranging things, since it's also the one that was directly in front of the Birdman, and thus its most likely target. I want to review this opponent. Right. Cleric, ninja, soldier. Ah yes, this is one of those units that's more dangerous when it's retreating. As they surely meant to do. Go ahead and bird assassinate. Good. If we just behead a bunch of these, then they become harmless as far as progress goes. I can just send my trainer teams after them to chase them down, beat all the experience out of them. Prince does as he pleases. He is outside of our control. And what he will do is stand around in place for a while and then move forward by about a town. Fine liberation. Watch basic soldiers drop off in effectiveness before your very eyes. They try so hard. They will never want for spirit. Ah, book. Actually, what? Remind myself here, Breathe is... yeah, just down to the one soldier as well. This is fine. It's, with the way the soldier mechanics work, you prefer to use your most soldier dense units first for coding. Or if you were just looking for pure throughput of fresh characters, you would want to keep a pure soldier unit and just have it keep grinding against easy targets, breaking out the characters immediately. You can see the one fighter who we gave the more bigger sword actually gets it. All the weapons have sprites that get properly represented when you throw them onto characters. Sure you're locked on. Yep, you just wait over there, Your Majesty. Perfectly ordinary road defense. Right, 76. And head back to town and probably not be needed for anything else before we're done with the mission. It was alignment up because they were criminals! We have a warrant! Clearly, those were soldiers of ill repute. Otherwise, why would Sir Boys, known for his valor and gallantry, have come to blows with them? And let's see. Glancing over at my class guide here. Rank 72, Vitality 67. A fightman can become a knight. Alignment of at least 40 on the scale. And for comparison, yeah, exactly the same attributes are the qualifications for Berserker. Just with the opposite, low alignment requirement rather than high. Resistance. Yeah, our various regulars are on the verge of getting to break out into their non-basic classes. Good times. Everyone feels real bad for our idiot prince. And there we go, now we have eyes on the destination. Dia could charge in there and end the mission at any time. Well, this is a bit perilous. This is why we give Flex the healing sword. Dragons! Dragons are reasonably potent creatures. I want to be sure that Flex doesn't fall behind. To finish chasing these folks up against the map edge, but we can finish them off. Yeah, after that critical, that was going to be a loss. Soon to be crushed, though. And the new guy's here. Marlowe and many small men. We found your rival. There, that was it. That's their move. That's all they got. However, and we found you an adversary. Finish the job. Take a nap, then finish the job. Joe's catching a unit asleep. They're all gonna burn at least one action waking up. Well, there's a lot of fighting left to do. Looks like it will just be wall-to-wall violence until we get there. Yeah, there. Dragon in the back row. Gets a breath attack. First technique we've seen that has a little bit of splash damage. Does its main hit to one target, does a little bit of damage to all adjacent units. They should be able to take out the wizard. And potentially I'd be okay with just letting this dragon get away if it's too inconvenient to go for him. We'll see. Don't want to scrape too close and attack the fortress until we're ready for it. So we've extracted all the value from the map. That knight nearly cut a basic soldier in half, just in one swoop. The ogres. Our good bird continues to perform. Firmly neutral city, so anyone will be okay with capture there. And you can see on display that the idea is that the various hostiles who are out on these side paths will wake up and go after the prince as the convoy moves farther along. Wizard, dog, and bird. Powerful combination. And it looks like the prince is deciding this match is over. Let's at least visit the last town. Local man up on his realpolitik. Let's finish the job then. Arlo will live. Alright, let's exchange beliefs, buddy. The debate has joined. He has some strong opinions, but is met with a fearsome retort. All wizards are weak to sharpness. Good run. Old friends, reunited over mutual recognition of some very, very deep problems in their society. Just both having a think. And there we go. That's a scene. And that's a start. So began the tale of Flex Gallant. The People's Flex.